Good morning and welcome to Charlotte, North Carolina. We have the best players in the game and the biggest purse of the year. The wooded fairways of Nevin Park are waiting, and this is the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Barbasol. Coming off of her win from last weekend at the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship, Kristen Tatar ready to go, as we'll see Holland Hanley also on the top card. Old Scoggins, who put together one of the hottest rounds of 2023's championship last year right here at Nevin, contending along with the one and only Big Money Missy. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside four-time world champ and Hall of Famer in Val Jenkins. Val, we have had one incredible season. It's been so fun to watching someone like Missy Gannon, as we just saw, collect her first major very early in the season, but everyone jockeying around for position. Kristen riding some momentum from last weekend. What's in store? How are we going to close out this year?
Yeah, and we're talking about a big paycheck at the end of this tournament, but we're also talking about end of the year awards and player of the year. And I feel like this is the most contested year we've seen maybe ever. It's been quite a battle. And Kristen, I think she still is at the top. It is a very slim margin because the field is now rising to the bar that Kristen has set.
Very difficult for her to somehow follow up the 2023 season, but this year came out and has had an incredible performance week in and week out, including just a few days ago collecting her first Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship victory. As we're watching some of the highlights, Kristen, just about 30 minutes away, was crowned champion just a few days ago on Sunday afternoon. And let's have a conversation, as they say, about Player of the Year. Kristen has the one major, the big comeback at the European Open, 5 Disc Golf Pro Tour victories, an average finish of 2.6, and a 995 rating throughout these events. And you compare that to Evelina Salonen, of course, having an incredible year, picking up the World Championship victory, along with another major, Missy getting a major. Like you said, it's a great conversation to have. And Kristen can move into second on the all-time FPO cash list in the FPO with a win, a first or a second place finish. Currently sitting $16,550 behind Katrina Allen. And then she'll have her sights set on Paige Pierce, who is our current FPO money leader. That could be a record possibly even eclipsed as early as next year, Val.
It's amazing to see.
And speaking of money, plenty at stake here, and well, let's see how it's going to play out. The starting strokes, players are awarded starting strokes based on their finish through the season-long Disc Golf Pro Tour World Standings. There's no reset, unlike previous seasons. All players will have all 4 rounds of the event, and they'll keep the starting strokes throughout. That's a big change from last year. And $300,000 added to the purse. First place will take home $35,000. And we have equal payouts in both MPO and the FPO fields. We have just the top 20 women competing. Later in the afternoon, we'll have 32 men plus Jessie Niemanen getting in by claiming a victory at an Elite Series event. But 20 women competing here this morning. Missy Gannon will start with 10 strokes. Holland Hanley at 9, Kristen at 8, and Owen at 7. So that's what they'll be starting the entire season. All comes down to these awarded starting strokes. Evelina Salonen collecting 2 majors here in 2024. Let's see what she can do at the Pro Tour Championship. We'll see her in a few minutes.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol. The American original, Barbasol delivers a great shave for half the price of gels. Better yet, Barbasol has a formula for everyone. Why pay more for a great shave?
Barbasol.
Tie at the top. She has to make it.
No way!
Nervy putt to win.
Hanley!
Her first Disc Golf Pro Tour elite event.
At LL Bean, we've been innovating for over a century, making great products better so you can feel better. Day after day, year after year. Outside together since 1912. LL Bean, be an outsider.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
The Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship is presented by Barbasol. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol.
No, you can't have glasses on this bump.
Four eyes coming in clutch
Yeah,
here.
dinosaurs
Yeah.
don't wear glasses.
Yeah,
They were
dinos don't wear glasses.
He's kind of built like a dino.
Oh,
Got me.
He's going bulldozer.
Yes.
Right? No!
That's not real.
No!
Oh.
No!
Come back.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
awful.
My God! Do you think Gavin's head hurts from putting the dino mask on still?
I think so, maybe.
Ooh, a little grin and a nod.
Money.
That's
so annoying. Money.
You're gonna have to use the swing physics
Hi, buddy.
to push their putt in the basket. And we have a beautiful sweep
Oh.
dog in your way. Don't want to swing into that.
Oh, it's gonna make it trickier to swing.
We're gonna have to wait.
Gavin, you're clear to putt.
No, I'm not.
You're on the clock.
I will take a courtesy.
Skipper alert.
This is sweet.
Skipper alert.
Oh,
the skip shot.
That was cool. Respect.
And we invite you to catch the Jomez Pro Putting Premiere right after the final round of the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship on Sunday. Use code CHAMP50 to save 50% on your first full month of DGN. Not gonna lie, Val, that looks like a lot of fun.
There's some good trash talking. That little clip was hilarious.
Yeah, again, get ready with me. Video. Do it. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Matt Keats Memorial Disc Golf Course at Nevin Park. Today marks the first round of the 2024 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Barbasol. This is the 9:40 a.m. tee time. First on the box, from Perkala, Finland. Evelina Solon. Next on the box from Seattle, Washington, Ella Hansen. Representing
done from
Rosebud,
Ella.
Arkansas, Pat Murch. Hailing from Richmond, Virginia, Natalie Ryan.
And we're blessed to have Nate Perkins out on the ground. He's going to catch up with Ella Hansen for a little idio walk and talk. Take it away, Perks.
All right, Ella, brand new format this year for the Tour Championship. Does the mindset change at all?
My mindset changed a little more just because I haven't played well the past couple of years, so it's more of a I hope I play well, and if not, it's a little lower stakes, I feel.
Well, can you kind of just touch on the difficulty of the course here at Nevin?
It is super challenging, and you know, in my practice round yesterday, I threw 3 perfect shots on a hole and hit a tree on every single one somehow, and so you kind of have to expect that that's going to happen and deal with it.
Thanks, Ella. Good luck.
As they catch up with Natalie Ryan throwing her second shot. Thank you to Perkins along with Ella, and certainly respect for this course. I think that is maybe even an understatement, as all players are trying to close out their season on this very wooded track out here at the Matt Keats Memorial. This is one of the most open holes that we'll find out here on the course. Ella Hansen giving that one plenty of room to work.
It's going to just be so important for these players to stay focused on hitting those lines. Give yourself an opportunity to get birdie. Evelina's shot looked so good from the tee pad, but she went for the direct route as opposed to those turnover shots like we saw out of Ella and Kat. They were able to get a little bit more distance. This hole is 320 feet.
Ryan for par. And it will be a bogey to start out for Natalie Ryan. Not a great effort for Ella Hansen on her first birdie look.
Definitely doesn't build the confidence if you don't hit any of the metal.
The birdie attempt from Murch comes up just short. Ryan for bogey. And we'll see this card play at 1 over par. Starting with 9 strokes is Holland Hanley. We'll see what she can do when we return.
Everything changes. Life changes. Seasons change. And your personal style changes too. Luckily, your Zuka can change with you. One frame with a lifetime warranty can stick with you through thick and thin. And if it's time for something new, just swap out your insert to match the new you. Match your style and let your Zuka grow with you.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Your morning shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol. The American original Barbasol delivers a great shave for half the price of gels. Better yet, Barbasol has a formula for everyone. Why pay more for a great shave?
Barbasol.
The DGPT season may be nearing conclusion, but disc golf never sleeps. Get ready for exclusive content on DGN like live DGPT Q Series finale in November, new episodes of the fan favorite Jomez putting game, which comes out at least a week before they air on YouTube, and a new season of Finding the Lines featuring Paul Macbeth and Dylan Cease. Subscribe now and use code CHAMP50 for 50% off your first month to keep up with all the action.
And now we head into the woods. Evelina.
What trees?
Perfect drive. That was a remote controlled disc, the way it weaved in and out and around. She's going to have another putt for birdie.
Hansen going with a forehand.
That was an early release for Ella. Really nice shape from Kat, but just leaves it about 60 feet short.
So bad too.
A tree hit for Ryan. We'll see what recovery is going to look like from there. I'm guessing it's going to be pretty difficult. Missy Gannon getting all warmed up and ready to go. We see a few extra layers by our competitors here. Relatively brisk morning on a Thursday out here just outside of Charlotte. We look back, 2023, Missy Gannon claimed the Tour Championship title along with the massive paycheck. Just trying to close out on the final hole. Ella Hansen, along with Holland Hanley, come running in. Ella Hansen, you know, after losing the bet and Holland winning the previous weekend, but Missy hoisting the trophy here at the Tour Championship. She's two-time and defending championship winner, and she's made $86,350 at the Tour Championship alone.
She knows when she needs to clutch up. Missy won the Tour Championship back in 2021 and then won it last year in 2023. We have yet to see a defending champion win the following year. So we'll see if Missy can do it this year. She sure looked comfortable on this course, even when the pressure was on. Wow. That fought pretty good. You have to expect you're not going to have a perfect tee shot on every hole, so scrambling is going to be so crucial.
Anniken Sten bounces back with a birdie on hole 3 after the bogey on 2. Ryan's third. That will be a bogey look, so likely back-to-back bogeys to start the round. Hannah Blomroos also has a birdie look. Up ahead on 3, she capitalizes. Good start for Hannah. As I mentioned, Owen had one of the hottest rounds last year. It was the 3rd round of the event. She shot a 5 under and then came back and struggled on Championship Sunday with a 3 over. But Owen Scoggins has been so consistent throughout these last few years. No surprise to see her on the final card as we head into the Tour Championship here this weekend. We rejoin Kat Murch.
She is right on line with those 2 putts.
Tristan quite focused, just a few minutes away from teeing off. As we said, Sunday she collected her first Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship title. She had 6 wins this season, most wins on tour. The Throw Pink, the Green Mountain Championships, and a bunch of others that she racked up. And of course the one victory at the major European Open where she hunted down Evelina Salonen as Evelina finds the basket. What can we take from this putt here from Evelina, Val?
Well, she's just at circle's edge and catches a lot of chains, bounces around the cage. That's a good feeling for Evelina, knowing she can scramble and still get a birdie.
So back-to-back bogeys for Ryan to open. Ready to go, locked and loaded. Missy Gannon when we return.
Eagle McMahon here, and I present to you my Tour of Tear official Team Series Fission Pyro with the Fission plastic. It actually flies a little bit straighter than your typical pyro. Go check it out. You're gonna like it.
I love you like la 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 la.
Always dream of mine to have like my name on a disc, even Destroyer, my all-time favorite disc. Just big honor to have this.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
Sweet. Hey everyone, James Conrad here with Team MVP. I just got my hands on the Eclipse Detour, the Tour of Terror, Eve of the Mothman, orchestrated by James Conrad III and the Blacksburg, Virginia Trio. It's on the understable side. I can just get some really cool lines out of it, really late flip-ups. This is the Eclipse Detour, in stores now.
Back
Ladies
as
and
our
gentlemen,
card
welcome
is
to
ready
Matt
to
Keith
go.
Memorial Disc Golf Course at Nevin Park. Today marks the first round of the 2024 Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Barbasol. This is your lead card, feature card. First on the box, hailing from Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon.
claimed the #1 spot by winning MVP Open. A 10-stroke advantage over the field.
Pin high left side for
Representing
Gannon.
Grapevine, Texas, Holland Handley.
Off her line from the start. Makes it about halfway down the fairway.
All the way from Parnu, Estonia, Kristen Tatar.
Perfect shot.
And from Los Angeles, California, Owen Scoggins.
Short left side, but still a look for Owen. And let's take a look at Val's keys, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, this seems pretty obvious, these 3 keys, but it is going to be so important for the players to really focus in on every shot. Tee shots are going to be so important to give yourself distance down the fairway. It's going to happen. You're not going to throw the perfect shot every time, and you're going to have to scramble. How can you save yourself? And if you give yourself an opportunity, you need to make the putt. I mean, we have most of the field at a huge deficit, so they need to take advantage of every opportunity they can get.
And with that, we're going to check in. We're going to have Brian Earhart on the ground as well. And Brian, tell us about the kind of current conditions we're seeing out there.
Yeah, it's chilly, Terry, and I think later in the day we'll get up to maybe the low 60s, maybe in the sunlight. The course kind of swallows you up in here at Nevin, so you're going to feel that chilliness for quite some time. The wind's actually picked up significantly. We might be feeling it in some of the wooded holes, which makes this course even tougher. But overall, decent day here for disc golf in Charlotte.
Appreciate it, Brian, as we're seeing pants and sweatshirts, even a little beanie action coming from Missy. Everybody all bundled up here as we're heading into some mid-October golf. Salonen, tee of 3.
Hole 3 is a par 4 with 2 shots to reach the pin. Oh, excuse me, it's a par 5. 630 feet. Oh, missing left side.
Not enough from Gannon, so it's going to be a par start for Missy. Hanley secures the par. Kristen, who's closest to the pin, will have a tap-in birdie and will immediately cut her deficit in half. She came in 2 behind Missy. The birdie brings her to 9 under, and she's just 1 back.
Yeah, it's an interesting mindset that the players should be in. You know, everybody's not starting at even par with this first round. They're coming into it with maybe the lead, or for most of the field, they're coming in from behind and need to make up strokes.
Sten looking for back-to-back birdies on 3 and 4, and she's got it. Take a look at Anakin and the season she's had, including a win at Texas State's. USW DGC was her worst performance of the year, and a memorable moment. First Disc Golf Pro Tour win, Texas State Championship, also aced hole 16 at the Portland Open, and as of right now, total cash of $21,441. Val, good news is, no matter where you finish this weekend, you're at least adding $2,000 to your total earnings for the season. And Anakin's hoping it's much more than that, but $2,000 just for qualifying.
It has been fun to watch Anakin excel this year. She has been very consistent. We've been seeing her shooting really well at most events here down the stretch. Earning more of those tour points and climbing her way up the board.
And a great recovery shot by Salonen. That was her 3rd. Tatar with the tee on hole number 2.
Catches one of the last trees. It's interesting hearing Missy talk about what disc she's going to throw here in the woods, and she said, I'm going to be throwing 1 driver. And so far I've seen her throw it on 1 and 2, and it doesn't sound like she has the exact replica backup. So Missy needs to keep an eye on that disc, keep it in the fairway. It's another great shot. Just weaved in and out of hundreds of trees. Gonna have a long look at birdie from deep inside circle 2.
Now with Sten on the 5th. International players here at the Tour Championship, including Anakin, who is making her debut here. Let's see, of course, so many of our top FPO competitors coming from overseas. Silva Saarinen, really another newer name that we're seeing here playing in the U.S. this year. We saw what she did so much last year, then she had an incredible run overseas this year, and now we're seeing her more frequently over here as we're closing out the season as Salonen is in for birdie.
Evelina moves to 8 down.
Forehand approach from Kristen is low. A little stress on the putter on the second hole.
Hole 5 is another par 5 on the course. Their OB line on the entire left side of the fairway.
A moment ago, Owen was throwing her approach. Now we're going to catch up with Holland looking for her second shot. Holland appears to have the airspace. It's more about the footing. And she lunges forward, and that should give her a look to save the par.
That makes me so nervous to see that much movement on a short range shot where accuracy is so important.
Kristen for par. No stress there.
Two birdie looks, two birdie misses.
Pars all around. We're through 2 at the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol. The American original Barbasol delivers a great shave for half the price of gels. Better yet, Barbasol has a formula for everyone. Why pay more for a great shave?
Barbasol.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Hello everyone, I'm Silva Saarinen. I'm talking here about MVP's Halloween edition Eclipse Waves. They feel good for my hand and there is just a little bit dome. You can get your Eclipse Waves in stores now.
The Power Disc Golf Academy would like to shout out Tom K. When Tom joined the Academy, his rating was 685. Tom has increased his rating by an unbelievable 117 points and is now rated 802. Ezra's max distance lessons have increased his distance and accuracy, and it shows. Great job, Tom. Keep it up. If you want to improve your rating like Tom has, scan the QR code and use promo code DGPT at checkout for an exclusive discount to the Power Disc Golf Academy.
Kristen, ready to go on hole number 3, a par 5, 630-foot hole.
That looks great. The players are trying to end up on that left side. There is a mandatory tree about halfway down the hole on the right-hand side. The first shot is a hyzer fading from right to left, and then the second shot, or maybe third shot for these players, bends around to the right. So you really have to manipulate the disc and make sure that you're hitting the angles, putting yourself in a good landing zone to attack on the next shot.
Is that 4 tee shots without a single tree hit? Put that on the scorecard.
That's, yeah, it's a rare sight out here.
And we'll have an eagle look after that approach now with Evelina. She'll be looking at 3 in a row if she can convert from there. Here's Sten throwing her third. And what I believe is similar tree over there.
Holland was looking for a little bit more turn at the end of that flight. Carries her a little bit too straight.
Sten looking for 3 birdies in a row from circle 2, and she nails it.
All right. Her putting is looking fantastic this morning. The longest of the birdie putts she's had to make so far.
As we take another look, thanks to our friends at Naqua. Annika Sten running it down for her 3rd in a row.
It is so helpful to have a strong backhand and forehand on these wooded shots.
Lamrus with an eagle bid here on the 5th.
Tap in birdie from there. Excited to see some more eagle attempts out on this course, especially for our big throwers. I was expecting a bigger skip than that disc got. Missy ends up just kind of slowing the disc down, checking up just short of the tree line.
Looks to be the intended line for Kristen, getting full flight. Evelina looking for her third straight birdie as well.
It's such an awful feeling when you know as soon as you release, there's no chance. Evelina is giving herself those chances to get the birdies when she needs to. It's always so impressive to see how great she is and how accurate she is with such a powerful drive.
And we're watching them play hole number 3, and here's a fly through to give you a look as to what they're trying to accomplish here.
It's a pretty steep incline immediately off the tee, so those backhand hyzer shots are more preferred to get yourself into the landing zone. It's right around here. The second shot, they're trying to hit this right side lane, and you see a couple of different options. You saw Missy with a slower mid-range shot to try and get to the corner. You saw Kristen and Owen go for that kind of swooping sidearm. And then this is what they'll have left as they get around the corner to the right. Hopefully you've landed yourself in an open area on that second shot so you can make this third shot to the basket relatively simple.
Low release from Hanley is going to leave her considerably short. We'll catch back up with Sten on the tee of 6. It is short, so if Missy's going to pick up the birdie, she's going to have to do it with a long putt. Lamrus, tee of 6.
Looks great. Huge drive through the trees.
Scoggins has the clean approach. See if Kristen can have one of her own. And comes up just short, so good look for Kristen. See See the right to left win for Salonen here on 5. And she absolutely smashes it.
I was holding my breath. That was riding those right side trees very closely. She got such huge distance. Good line, just not enough oomph and power underneath that disc as she fell back on her back leg instead of continuing that momentum forward.
Nothing but pars so far coming for Hanley.
The longest of Missy's birdie looks. Let's see if she can capitalize on this one. Well, she adjusts from her low mistakes. This one now high and over the basket.
Maybe making a slight adjustment after coming in low or not enough on the first 2 putts. This time online, but over the top. Scoggins will collect her first birdie of the round.
This is at least 20, 22 feet.
Enough to think about it. Comes in a little low. However, she'll escape with the par. So after 3, she remains at 10 under. She came into the Tour Championship sitting at 10 under as a total. And Kristen came in at 8 under. And with this birdie, Kristen has erased the deficit and is currently tied for first along with Missy Gannon. Kristen off to a good start, getting 2 of the first 3. Look at Missy, that one on hole number 1 comes in low. This one on 2 was low. Obviously her putter is one of her biggest assets out on the course, and this time up and over the top. So Missy Gannon giving up the 2-stroke lead she entered over Holland, or excuse me, 2 over Kristen, and 3 pars leave her at 10 under.
But that last comeback putt, I feel like, is that chance for Missy to get a solid putt under her belt in this round. Every other missed birdie putt has just been a short drop in. So for her to step up to a putt of length to get that feeling, that could help her in her next birdie attempt.
Anakin with her second. Can she put together 4 birdies in a row? She's going to have a long putt. And that's going to be close to out of bounds for Anakin. As of right now, we're seeing that's listed as inbounds. That may get updated as the group gets closer. Lamrus has a good-looking approach, though.
That basket placement is so tricky on 6.
On point for Kristen. Kristen already has 2 birdies. Her card mate Scoggins has 1 birdie, and then Missy and Holland, between the 2 of them, have yet to collect a birdie in the first 3 holes. So relatively slow start. Right side of fairway for Scoggins.
Hole 4, 640 feet, par 4. It's a big right to left finish. You want to push that back edge of the tree line to make sure you're getting the distance, but you need to make sure it's going to hyzer back at the end to stay up top on the fairway. Missy does it very well.
As you just pointed out, 640 feet. This is actually 10 feet longer than the previous hole, which is marked as a par 5. But hole number 4 is a par 4. A great tee shot for Hanley.
I was mentioning how tricky this basket is. It can scare players to throw their upshot short, like we see from Henna. And she leaves that putt a little tentative to not go past the basket and back down the hill.
Salonen clearing everything out of her way. Steps up with a really nice looking forehand, and she'll have a look for birdie. And I want to throw it out to Perkins. Perks, talk about where Evelina put her drive just a few moments ago.
Yeah, Terry, it's incredible. There's just no one else in the game that throws the 12 speed as committed as Evelina does. She put it in the perfect position for the eagle bid right there. She'll have a circle 2 look for the 3.
Appreciate it, Nate, as we're watching Scoggins clear some debris and find her line with her second shot.
Actually has a window out from this right side. We'll see what kind of angle she has from there.
Anakin looking for her 4th birdie in a row. The uphill putt is low.
Missy has a dead straight line to the pin. Not the most space on that right side to work a hyzer. Gets the height underneath it on the hyzer line. And she's putting from circle's edge.
Similar look for Hanley. And an even better result for Holland.
Great chance for Holland and Missy to get on the board.
I want to throw it out to Brian Earhart. Brian, what does Kristen have lining up here for her second shot?
Being on the right side of this fairway is really nice. It makes the angle a lot less severe. You don't have to play as much of a skip. The ground is really uneven. There's a lot of roots and sticks and acorns and whatnot around here, and it just makes it really challenging to get good footing with a run-up. So I'm interested to see what she chooses. I think she's in a pretty good spot. This is prime real estate here. It's hard to throw a great shot and kind of stick on the right side of the fairway, so she's really looking to score on this one. Seeing fairway driver. Really early out of the hand. Yeah, didn't quite get the disc to the pocket on that one.
So an opportunity for the rest of the card to possibly not only pick up their first birdie, but maybe even gain a stroke on Kristen. Solinen's eagle bid not on the mark. She'll have a tap-in birdie. An eagle by Solinen would have tied her along with Kristen and Missy.
It just came out wobbly, not a lot of power. It was a tough gap to hit, and she nailed it, but she just didn't get the spin she needed.
No problems for Scoggins.
I was giggling to myself when you said no problems, because I thought this went between the trees. And I'm glad we're seeing it in the slow-mo replay.
Well, I guess we
Tricky.
can, we can call that a close shave by our friends over at Barbasol.
Own meant to do that. That's maybe why it was no problems. But how frustrating for Kristen to have just the ideal gap looking down the fairway and just to have an unforced error. Throwing it too early, hitting those trees, and now we'll just have that par putt left.
And Evelina will tap in for the birdie. Just one behind our co-leaders in Kristen and Missy.
Hole 7 sets up nicely for a lefty, moving from left to right and downhill. Hits the angle perfectly, and there is OB at the bottom of that hill if you fly too far straight. But Anakin gets a nice hyzer flight and skip to help her out. Now there's a putt, much more confident from Missy.
Missy will take the outright lead at 11 under with that birdie. And Holland connects for her first birdie of the round. Kristen and Owen clean up for par. A big drive by Solinen on the 6th.
Natural disasters affect and uproot people's lives tremendously, and mental and physical health is one of the most important things that we can do as a disc golf community.
Players in Western North Carolina and everyone affected by Helene,
desperately need some help.
So we have worked to develop a QR code that will take folks to the World Disc Golf Hall of Fame 501c3 website. We're going to create an application system that allows clubs from all the affected states to apply for funding that's going to go towards chainsaw gas and gloves for volunteers and even equipment. Donate as much as you think you can to get people back out and recreating.
Which players will lock in the last tour cards for the upcoming 2025 DGPT season? Watch the Q Series finale this fall on DGN to find out. The final 2 rounds of the 2024 Q Series finale air live November 23rd and 24th. Subscribe now and use code CHAMP50 for 50% off your first month. After the great drive by Oniken on the 7th, she goes to the forehand approach. And that'll set her up for birdie. Late tree hit for Gannon on the 5th. Hanley's pulled this right and gets a kick. That does not look good for Hanley. Also kicking to the right side, we see Kristen off the fairway.
Hear and see the wind. It could be affecting the angle of release from these players. They do want that straight flight to hit the gap, but the disc needs to be stable enough to find its way back to the left.
Scoggins will also be on right side, so 3 of them heading over there. Missy will be on the high left side. Blomroos with a birdie look.
You have to be so accurate on this approach. Evelina going with the more angled flight to kind of just drop it right next to the pin. I like that line.
And Oniken back to her birdieing ways, picks up one on the 7th. So far having one of the hot scores out there. Silva Saarinen also putting a very solid round together. Silva is 5 under through 7. Excuse me, 5 under through 8.
And you mentioned that was the hot score that we saw last year from Owen Scoggins. So knowing that Silva is not even halfway through the course, still plenty of birdie opportunities left. And this is exactly what they need to do to continue to fight their way back. They basically have to shoot a hot round every round if they even want a chance. Of course, it's going to have to take a little help from our leaders to fall back, but this is what you need to do, and the last tournament of many of these players' season.
Thanks to Innova for our hot round graphic there as we take a look at Hanley pitching out for position.
A pretty friendly kick, keeping her right there in the middle.
Kat Murch has a birdie look. And she capitalizes. Evelina has 3 birdies, make it 4. A great start for Evelina Salonen, 4 under through 6. She is just 1 off of our leader, Missy Gannon. Brian, can you give us an assessment of what Kristen's looking at right now?
This fairway's tough. If you're really not striped down the middle, you have a bunch of tiny gaps you have to hit. And even if you pitch it back to the middle of the fairway and you're too far back, looking at the green is really tough. We heard at the press conference that Stan McDaniel, when he designs his courses, wants the players to be uncomfortable. He wants to make holes that are deceptive, that make you really look at the line and study it. And I think Kristen's really going to have to work on this shot.
Great forward progress. I think back to watching Holland having just a, basically jump putt forward with her second shot, not getting a lot of distance. Kristen, after doing some analysis there, decides that she's going to have a lane, and she makes good progress. Great shot by Gannon. And as I thought, there was a red flag that was raised, so Missy out of bounds off of the tee shot, but from where she was, really the best possible shot she could have thrown. We just saw it moments ago.
And you think about course design and how that OB line scares players, makes them keep it off to that right side, but being as close to that OB line really gives you such a great angle.
Speaking of angles, a good-looking forehand coming from Salonen. Should be on the high right side. But back with Kristen. This will be her third.
Get inside the circle She needs to avoid all those guardian trees blocking the pin. The way this disc lands on the ground is also going to tell us how close she can get to the pin. It stays on that left side. She's around circle's edge, but it should be a clean look from there. A slightly downhill putt.
Tee of 8 with Sten. Not ideal to be that far to the right. However, she will have some more room with the lefty release on the backhand. Holland throwing her 4th.
Great control. The way the fairway slants from right down to the, or left down to the right side, you really need to have great control on how that disc is landing. It's very easy to get that flare skip down the hill.
So Sten off to the right side, basically buried enough that it looks like she's going to go with a forehand, and this will really just be to pitch out. And not even enough room for the backhand swing. So that is her second. Scoggins looking for just her second birdie of the round. See if she can put herself in position here. And she is deep, slightly uphill and obstructed.
Anakin is making this hole much more difficult on herself, but look at that shot. The Anheuser flight she needed and the extra skip at the end to get her closer to the basket. That was a great save.
Long look for Gannon from circle 2. Not on the mark, so Missy has just one birdie here in the first 5 rounds, or excuse me, in the first 5 holes. She's maintaining a 1-stroke lead at the moment, but we're seeing the likes of Evelina, Silva Saarinen, Annika Sten, plenty of birdies being collected out here on the course. Missy relatively stagnant here. Scoggins is in the same boat. She has just one birdie thus far, looking to double that number. And she gets it. Scoggins picks up the birdie on the 5th.
Kristen is one giant step inside the circle. Does have that slope behind the pin.
And a solid putt from Kristen. Downhill from 27 feet, not a problem. Now coming from the other side, Hanley for par.
So while we saw other cards with eagle attempts, our featured card gets pars.
And Solomon finds a line. That's going to give her a look for birdie on the 7th. Missing everything. And that's going to be a near bullseye hit as we're looking at Evelina Salonen, who of course became world champion just a few months ago. Worst finish was 15th at Texas State's, and the first Finnish player to win a world championship, sitting at just over 60,000 in earnings this year. Perkins, feels like we're seeing some great play out of Evelina here in the early goings of the round. Anything that you're picking up?
Waiting for Merch to putt right here, and honestly, Evelina's just chilling. She's just Snapchatting her friends back in Finland and hitting gaps. I think she's probably the only player out here where the gaps don't bother her. And she's putting confident right now, so this is a story that we need to keep on, is can she make these C1 putts for the rest of today?
And Anakin will save the par. She's at 3 under for today's round. A slow start for Ryan, who is now starting to pick it back up and turn it around. That's 3 consecutive birdies for Natalie Ryan.
And not a single par on her scorecard. That's an incredible putt. A lot of these baskets on those sloped hillsides, making the players think a little bit more on how aggressive they want to be.
And we're going to take a look at the Birdie Zone, brought to us by our friends over at Birdie Pro, Disc Golf's best-selling board game. Make sure you go out and pick up a copy at BodaBrothers.com or head into your favorite Disc Golf Pro Shopper retailer and pick up Birdie Pro.
You see where the Birdie Zone is, that huge yellow area. It's all about getting through that line of trees. Anything past there, then you really have to focus in on the second shot. And I think that's where this hole really boils down, how accurate you can be on the second. Woo, and it is slightly uphill with these tee shots, and Kristen throws it just high enough. There's a great height from Owen with an extremely overstable disc. Checking up just short of the OB. Pick a gap, any gap. Hannah going with the forehand roller. Oh my gosh, that worked out as good as she could have ever dreamed up.
And this is our control shot of the day, created for the community, built for the culture, the meal replacement shake that tastes like the bottom of a cereal bowl. Use code DGPT to save 10% at drinkcontrol.com/DGPT. Quickly steps up and will tap in for her third birdie of the round, keeping the clean scorecard going as well.
It's one of those times you wish there were pictures on the scorecard. That was a fantastic roller.
Scoggins inside circle one with a birdie look. Salonen, tee of 8. Caught up, but lands favorably still in the fairway. Lamrus, tee of 9. Missing everything. And Henna will be looking for her 4th birdie of the round.
Henna, along with Evelina, they are just so accurate with these powerful shots. The fact that they can give themselves chances on a lot of these long tunnel shots, it's just so impressive.
After Missy came up just short of the OB on the left side, she goes to the forehand approach and overturns it immediately out of her hand. And now will be looking to scramble for par.
It's definitely not Missy's strong suit with the sidearm. I'm sure she's now rethinking, maybe if I would have thrown the backhand, I could have a better chance at birdie.
Kristen with the forehand. And she doesn't like it out of her hand. She's still going to have a look slightly uphill, but seems to be frustrated with the release. See what Holland can do with her forehand approach. And asking for it to sit down, she goes just deep of the pin, but it checks up short of the out of bounds. So an uphill putt for birdie coming back for Holland Hanley. Great power displayed by Evelina. And she'll have a look for birdie.
It's not a drop-in, Terry.
No, she still has work. Lamrus for birdie. She gets it. Back-to-back birdies on 8 and 9. Hannah 4 under for today's round.
And that was such a good display of her rhythm. Everything timed out perfectly on that putt. I feel like many times for Henna, she can get real choppy, and it's not that fluid motion. So Holland does stay safe on that second shot, so here's what she has left for her birdie. And a dagger. Fantastic birdie putt. She knew as soon as she released it, it was not going to waver from that line.
It's Holland's second birdie of the round. She's now got 2 of the last 3, so trying to gain a little momentum. A complete misfire by Gannon. Just barely grabbing right side, couple of right side chains, and that's it. But Missy has at least the same distance on the comeback putt. This will be for bogey. Maybe a crucial moment for Missy and just her overall confidence, as she has this for bogey on the 6, Gannon.
It's going to be an uphill battle for Missy to get that confidence back.
Kristen, after not loving the approach, still has this for birdie. And now your outright leader at 12 under. Kristen birdies the 6th.
Pretty shocking to see such a dramatic stroke swing on this hole without OB strokes.
I was just thinking of all holes, if you said, yeah, we're going to see a 3-stroke difference between Kristen and Missy, you wouldn't even believe it. And that's exactly what just happened. Anakin, a par look on 9. That looks like it'll be her second bogey of the round. Evelina. The standstill approach that puts her in good position. She doesn't capitalize, so it'll be a par on the 8th.
This hole just straight uphill. 242 feet. It's in tester putt range for Henna. See if she can keep climbing. Currently sitting in the tie for 6th at 4 down.
Anakin. Just like that, erases the bogey on the previous hole. Great putt from circle 2. Take another look.
This is a birdie you do not want to let go of. You have to assume that the field is going to birdie this hole, and from such great distance, Anakin gives it everything she's got, and it pays off.
It's gonna be on the short right side for Kristen.
This is absolutely a sidearm tee shot. There is that OB line at the bottom of the hill I'd mentioned earlier. So you need to really throw the distance, but then just let the disc dive to the right.
And that is 2 straight and over the creek. Looks to be out of bounds for Hanley. Brian, can you talk to us about the ideal landing zone here on hole number 7?
I can, Terry. There's 2 gaps. The inside gap that's cleaned out really nicely over the years is doable, and a lot of players use it as a bailout if they hyzer out too early on that forehand. But you want to go outside. You want to play chicken with this out of bounds. You want to get as close to that far side as you can. And then it opens up this really nice uphill hyzer with easily the biggest gap. But it's tricky. I was just talking to the scorekeeper down here. It's really hard to find the right stability to put you in the right place.
Appreciate the insight, Brian, as we saw very different shots coming from this card. And you were just saying it, Val, that this is a forehand delight here off of the tee. And I was wondering if we'd see Missy go forehand or backhand. And she's answered that with the forehand drive. Henna now has a birdie look on 10. Looks pretty good. That's 3 in a row and 5 under for her round so far. Val, we know that sometimes that's kind of in that area where both her and Evelina can struggle. And if they're capitalizing on putts from that distance, which they frequently give themselves looks at, they can put up some pretty incredible scores, because we know it's not the driving that holds them back. It's that kind of short to mid-range putting distance that gives them the most challenge. Blomroos going with a standstill off the tee of 11. Just trying to control this so you don't go all the way down the hill past the basket.
Does not hit the line she wanted, and kind of plinkos her way about halfway down.
Just lacing it and going past the basket. Hanley coming off the left side, has a chance to get up and down and save par after the OBT shot. And it's going to be a long look from there. You want to come in short of this basket and just kind of have it slide up just like that. And that'll be a tap in coming up for Henna. Yes. Yeah, it's great to be close on any given basket. I mean, that's all too obvious, but especially when you have such a drop-off directly behind that pin. Tap-ins are welcome there.
Pretty good shot there from Missy, being so far on that inside route. The most open route is that far left side, but that really adds a lot of distance that Owen needs behind the flight of her disc. The more direct shot is going to be a lot shorter, but you can see how small of a gap that is to hit.
appears that more height was required for that line from Scoggins. However, she'll still have a look for birdie. Lots of strategy and talk. As we know, we'll see 3 more rounds out here.
Look how much better of a position Kristen has. She got more distance around the corner. Now those trees are much more spread out. She has several gaps that she can choose.
That one is not clean for Kristen, so something she's talked about is just making some very basic mistakes. And last weekend, she feels like she got over that hurdle, so to speak, and really felt like she was more of herself. You know, the Kristen we saw that was nearly flawless in most of 2023. But even though she's had a few struggles and maybe second-guessed herself occasionally this year, she still had an incredible year.
I think about doing, the strategy or analysis on the shot and maybe what she'll do differently. The thing about playing in the woods is that you could seemingly throw the same tee shot every round, but you're going to have a different line or a different angle to deal with. I feel like every shot on a wooded course gets changed up every round. It is tough to land in the exact same position every time.
That was Evelina for birdie. Not much reaction out of her.
This would be a huge save if Kristen can make this putt.
To extend her lead. And she gets it. The huge putt from circle 2 for Kristen. It's her 3rd birdie in a row.
The mistake she made on the upshot to leave her with this putt, it just shows what kind of focus she has to disregard what just happened. All right, now here's the task at hand. Make this putt.
It feels so similar to the crucial putt we saw at the Throw Pink last weekend. I believe it was hole number 13, where she had a long look from circle 2, and then you see the reaction from her, normally relatively reserved, but that one providing plenty of excitement, and Owen doesn't answer. Scoggins will remain 2 under for today's round. She'll sit 4 back of our leader, Kristen. Hanley will also lose ground. Hanley falls back to 10 under with the bogey here and after the OB tee shot. That may have been the most confident putt that we've seen from Gannon today. In for par. Ella Hansen has a look for birdie, and that's to pick them up on both 8 and 9. Ella 1 under for today. Rebecca Cox has a birdie look on 11. So she's got back-to-back on 10 and 11. She's 1 under for today. And she's really come on strong as of late. And we're going to take a look at Rebecca Cox, who finished 3rd at the Preserve as her best finish here this year. And hit a big putt on 18 at Throw Pink to make the lead card on round 3. That was certainly exciting to see last weekend. And sitting at just over $22,000 in earned money here so far this year. And speaking of that putt, Val, what are the chances you're running that one?
It is not likely. You see many people running that unless you know what's on the line. And Rebecca has such a great year, another consistent season under her belt. Clearly, she had some confidence going into 18.
Ella Hansen looking for her 3rd birdie in a row after that drive. Let's head back to Henna. That is kicking right off the tee of 12. Evelina walking into hole number 10 is 5 under, bogey free. And it's going to be frustrating not to pick up a birdie on the 10th. One of the easiest holes this weekend. Not the place she practiced from, I'm sure, over there on the right side fairway of 10.
Still some work left for Evelina with this par putt. And she leaves it short. I really feel like the wind is picking up, especially with these tee shots. As soon as they crest that hill, the wind is truly affecting.
Hansen for her 3rd birdie in a row. Count it. Has to be very disappointing for Evelina to think about the trees that she's avoided, the drive she's had coming into this point, and then you go to hole 10, the shortest, easiest hole on the course, and she walks away with a bogey.
You're basically giving the field 2 strokes.
And Kristen, right side, green flag. Not ideal, but still we'll have a look to get up to the pin. Kristen now has jumped out to a 3-stroke lead. We saw the bogey by Evelina. We saw the bogey by Hanley moments ago. And that means Kristen is up by 3.
Owen was a little cautious on that drive. You do want to leave it low, knowing that the landing zone slopes down and away. You put a little bit too much heat on it, you can easily find the OB at the bottom of the hill. But you want to push that line. You want to make sure that you're getting good distance off this tee shot.
Kind of like that. Missy Gannon needs to get something going. She's given up 6 strokes to Kristen in the first 7 holes. So Missy trying to find the birdie, possibly get a little momentum going into the back 9.
feel like it's just easier to go for the shot to throw over the OB. Of course, you need the power to do so, but it is so much more challenging to lay up short.
Sten on hole number 12. This is her second shot. Par 4, 603-foot hole. Oh, and that'll give her a look for birdie inside the circle. And like her friend Blomroos, we see Salonen going with the standstill on the tee of 11. That'll be a tap-in par coming up for Henna. Haley King burying one from downtown. That's to save par up ahead on the green of 12.
It was a putt like that she needed in the playoff to win the 2020 Tour Championship. Today, she's not so thrilled with making that putt, but fighting her way back today.
Scoggins third. She'll have a tap-in par. Anakin picking up yet another birdie.
This is slightly uphill to the basket. Kristen's going to need to focus on the height of release.
This looks inside.
It's a helpful tree kick, but it's going to be a lengthy putt. See if she could do it again.
That feels like an unforced error there. Kristen's going to be kicking herself with that approach shot. And as you said, Val, if you've got the power and the confidence to just go over this out of bounds area off the tee, it sets yourself up probably for a relatively easy look for birdie. As we check back in with Salonen, who's just going to pitch it up under the pin. Understandably so. Huge drop off behind hole 11 there.
The last two holes, Massie's sidearm has not been on point. Again, she's reaching for the sidearm here. It does set up well for the shape of the shot. That's going to be some awkward footing. It's going to be around circle's edge. It's not ideal.
I don't know if you're going to see a better drive than what we're seeing here from Hanley. Center of the fairway, over the out of bounds, just an easy little chip shot, and grabs metal. Almost throwing it in for eagle. Holland Hanley on the 8th. I'm going to take another look. As I was setting it up, just thinking about how great that tee shot is and trying to take advantage, almost capitalizing for an eagle. She'll have a tap-in birdie.
And this is a basket that you should not leave it short. There is that hill just beyond the pin that creates that great backdrop, so you can really power it up on your upshot. Trying again for that circle 2 make. Drop in par for Kristen.
I feel like that's going to be very disappointing, especially after having a pretty good tee shot, but not able to get up and down and pick up the birdie. Meanwhile, Gannon, after clearing the OB off the tee, has this now left for birdie.
Solid. And it's just been all about putting today for Missy. Whether she's given up strokes or making up strokes. Everything else in her game has looked pretty solid.
An easy birdie for Scoggins. Kristen will tap in for par. She'll remain at 5 under for today's round and 13 under overall, but Holland Hanley, easy tap-in birdie after the eagle bid. We'll see her on the 11th.
At LL Bean, we've been innovating for over a century, making great products better so you can feel better. Day after day, year after year. Outside together since 1912. LL Bean. Be an outsider.
Support your disc golf game with a brand new Tritanium sleeve. We import these directly from Finland at high and low compression. Or check out their knee or wrist supports. The only place you can get Tritanium in the United States is right here at PowerGripUSA.com.
Discraft built for flight.
Clean line for Gannon on the 9th. Inside the circle, trying to get it going. Looking for another birdie.
Colin was looking for that to be inside that large tree. So it's 322 feet. Sloping downhill to the pin to make it feel a bit shorter. Kristen gets so much height underneath this. Fades off to that right side. And Owen lands in a similar position to Kristen after that tree kick.
Blomroos with her third on 13. Rarely do we see her go to a forehand. And Salonen throwing her second on 12. Salonen laced it most of the way down there. Blomroos still in trouble. And speaking of which, that's exactly what Scoggins is looking at, is some trouble. Doesn't get any better than that. I was waiting to see or hear maybe some kind of little tree limb or kick or anything, but Scoggins keeps it clean, and we'll see a par save here for Owen. Just a layup for Hanley. Kristen looking for some confirmation from her husband Silver as to what the best approach is to possibly get to the pin. So, albeit not a very long distance, still quite obstructed. Kristen will have a chance to save par. Missy hasn't had many opportunities to, in fact, get a stroke on Kristen today, but here's one on the 9th. She gets it going. Missy Gannon, back-to-back birdies on 8 and 9. She'll pull within 2 of our leader, Kristen. Scoggins saves par, as will Kristen. We saw the approach by Evelina. This is for birdie. Confident, solid. Evelina converts on the 12th.
Oh, this is always the distance that we worry about for Evelina. Nice rhythm, nice motion, and a confident release.
And Henna will go on and tap in for bogey, which will be her first bogey of the day, as we see her in a tie for 6 along with Anakin. Some of our hot scores all at 5 under for today's round, and as we look down the board, most of those competitors not getting any of those strokes, so to speak. We saw the great battle to close out the season. Hannah Wynn having an incredible final round at MVP just to make it into the Tour Championship. And Missy Gannon now getting it going with the driver. She'll have a look for birdie here on the 10th.
Holland finds a clean route on the right side. She's going to be basket high for her birdie look. I think it just adds to the pressure of how short this hole is, and the players know they have to birdie it.
It's tracking left, and she'll have some obstruction. Just about pin high, though, for Kristen.
Although Kristen has a lead, she has been making not the most accurate shots. She's been making a few more errors than you'd expect to see out of a leader. So even though she may or may not come out of this round with the lead, I think she's going to have a lot of shots she's going to be thinking about as we head into the next few rounds.
Evelina on the tee of 13. Tied for the hot round so far today at 5 under.
This is a henna shot all day. Dead, straight, tunnel. It's a late tree at the end, and any tree kick on that tee shot, it will send you off deep into the woods.
Haley King keeps it clean, almost pin high on the left side.
Haley's looking to get her second birdie of the day. It's been a very slow, rough round for Haley.
As Kristen doesn't draw medal, you see that any momentum she had, which was actually quite a bit through the first 7 holes, has come to a screeching halt on 8, 9, and now 10.
And on the other hand, that's where Missy has started to gain that momentum, birdieing the last 2 holes. Let's see if she can make it 3 in a row here. just barely creeping over the edge of the cage.
And Holland Hanley has now birdied 2 of her last 3. She'll move to 12 under and be 1 behind our leader, Kristen. Gannon will settle for par. Oh, a forehand roller action. Looks to remain relatively clean. We'll see how she can scramble from there. Blomroos on the 14th, throwing her second, and not much progress.
It's
brutal.
Just jail on either side of that fairway.
The lead is just 1 now for Kristen after seeing Holland pick up 2 birdies in the last 3 holes. And our flyover here brought to us by our friends at LL Bean, who believes that being outside is good for us in every possible way. Visit llbean.com today and be an outsider.
This is another hole where it feels like you have to get, but the disc selection, the speed, the correct place on the fairway that your disc hits, there's so much to think about to give yourself that birdie chance. And then if you do get around circle's edge, there's a decision to be made.
Hanley hangs on to it way too long, pulls it hard right. And knowing the backstop, or excuse me, the backdrop directly behind this pin, that makes the approaches that much more crucial because now she's going to have just the right amount of speed coming in so she doesn't go all the way deep past the basket. And Scoggins get caught up as well. Blomroos for par. So that's going to be back-to-back bogeys for Henna. Tee shot from Gannon on the 11th. I like the angle. Not a great reaction off the ground, though. I don't feel like we see a lot of forehands off the tee of 11. That one gets caught up for Kristen. Haley not able to convert on the 14th. So now we head back to Evelina throwing her 3rd.
That forehand roller really turned out nicely. And the sidearm gets her some distance.
Sten has another look for birdie from circle 1 at the deep side of it, and she converts. So picking up another birdie. She's got 7 birdies today through 14 holes. We have to keep an eye on her as she continues to make a charge throughout the weekend. Hanley. All right, so Hanley made it down the fairway more than I thought she did after that initial tee shot. It's not quite as dangerous on the approach as we're seeing Scoggins. She lays up to the edge of the bullseye. And I think we'll see the same attempt coming from Kristen.
You do want to use the ground and allow it to slow your disc down and skip up underneath the pin. Anything too fast could catch edge and roll down the hill.
Exactly what Kristen was contemplating there as to the spot on the ground where she wanted to land and then the ground play that she would get as she was just trying to conservatively lay that up to the basket.
You do have to study the ground with that play. You want to make sure that you're avoiding all the roots or any big rocks, because even the safest play, if you hit something unexpected like that, it is not easy to make the putt from down below the basket and past this basket. It's at least 30 feet and it is dead straight up, very steep. So everyone's decision has been made for them. We've got 4 layups, 4 short putts left for par. But no drama, and I think that's a positive thing.
Pars around on the 11th.
Wow.
A clean tee shot coming from Anakin. She may not have to rely too heavily on the putter there. Solid in for birdie.
Just like tournaments that we've seen in the later part of this season, all the scores stacked up pretty closely. I don't feel like Kristen's game is so much on point at the moment that nobody can catch her. I'm excited to see how the rest of this weekend shakes out. As we finish up each round, the pressure, the titles on the line, and then of course the huge paycheck to finish off the year.
As we head to hole number 12, which is the hardest hole on the course, brought to us by our friends at LL Bean. Take it away, Val.
Well, it's a par 4, 600 feet, so the distance isn't the biggest challenge, but you can see how technical this shot is. For players throwing that backhand flight, I think that's the most preferred. You want to aim at these trees that are coming into the screen right here on the right hand side and allow the disc to softly land. You do not want the disc to hit at angle on the ground. And the next shot, again, you want a very controlled flight to stay within this very narrow tunnel. So players, as they step up to each shot and knowing how much distance they have to make up, it might adjust the game plan on what disc they're throwing. Maybe it's a fairway driver if they want to get aggressive, or maybe it's a slower speed disc like a putter or a mid-range to make sure they're staying in the fairway. And those slower speed discs, even though they do connect with a tree, you're not going to get the huge reaction or the huge kicks off the fairway. So that can be helpful too.
Clean shot from Gannon. Kristen trying to break her par streak. She's got 4 in a row. And it's going to be difficult to do so here. So Anakin just outside of the circle. And not her best effort.
One last tree on the right-hand side. But I think with all the power that Evelina put on that disc, it would have gone at least 50, 60, 70 feet long. A lot of power.
Short right side for Kristen.
And that stance, or squat, is telling me how frustrated Kristen is in these shots. She's not hitting the line she wants, and it is not helping her confidence here in the woods.
Lamrus will bounce back after the bogey on 14, picking a birdie up here on the 15th.
It was really nicely done from where she was and the angle that she had to throw. She got good height underneath the disc and advancing down the fairway.
And speaking of the fairway, I want to throw it out to Brian for a second. Brian, thinking ahead for the next few days, what are some keys to success on the fairway of hole number 12?
Man, it's really seeing what you can get away with off the tee. You don't have to cross this ditch to get up and down and take a 3. But with that said, if you do try to do that, it's still not enough to just be in the fairway. You could be in the fairway and have a really pulled off, really rough angle into the green. And yeah, this is a tough one for Owen. She's in the fairway, but she's pinched off right. Beautiful reverse skip. Nicely done, just inside circle 2.
Thank you, Brian. And I'll follow that up. Brian, you know, Charlotte area, your home turf now, so to speak. Talk to us about what you're going to be doing out there in the off season and what it means to be so close to home right now.
It's incredible, Terry. This is a city that I fell in love with even just outside of the disc golf world. I was lucky to meet some people that are very passionate about this city and know a lot about this place and grew up here and kind of showed me the ins and outs right around the COVID times. And it's just seen everything this city has to offer in regards to disc golf, and there's just nothing like it. And there's just people traveling all over the place to come here, and it's just wonderful to hear all the positive words about the courses and the nature and how hard the club out here works. I really can't be more excited to be a part of this community moving forward.
Yeah, echo all of that. Of course, we've seen World Championships and other major events, and also the last 6 years of hosting our Tour Championship. And big shout out to all of the club members and everyone else that's been involved in hosting us over these last couple of years. And Natalie Ryan off the top for birdie, so that's going to be her first par of the round. And as we take a look at the scorecard, we're going to see that it took 14 holes for Natalie Ryan to ultimately go on and card her first par. is that Carowinds down the road? Is that the roller coaster place that I'm thinking of between Rock Hill and Charlotte? Feels probably kind of like the roller coaster Natalie's been on today.
It did find a gap somehow. Just going to have a long putt on the left side.
Certainly not the intended line that she had envisioned before throwing that approach shot, but now with Gannon throwing her third.
A beautiful shot. That's one of my favorite throws to throw in the woods, where you have to throw a hyzer angle, but you need it to carry straight. So Missy released a very understable disc on this hyzer line, and it's able to fly a little bit straighter, but then still hyzer to the pin, and her line was just on point. Kristen needs to get up and down from here to save the par. She's going to be happy with that shot. Maybe 2 frustrating shots to start the hole. That third shot just saved her.
Hanley to remain just 1 back of Kristen. And she does it. Buries the par from long range. Holland Hanley.
That looked so effortless. She just pops it up with the perfect amount of height. The disc finds its way back to the left.
Doesn't have the clean line. She does still have the clean scorecard. Well, Kristen was lining up her approach a moment ago. I was taking a look down to see just 2 clean scorecards remain in the entire field. Owen Scoggins and Kristen Tatar. We've got Nate Perkins on the ground. Nate, what's Evelina lining up here on the 15th?
Yeah, she's going for that left gap turnover. She's throwing something super flippy. Rode the left side, and she's just going to scoot on those leaves right outside 20 feet.
Oh, what a shot by Evelina Salonen, the big smile. Also, we've got a 1-shot replay, which benefits all of you out there. Head on over to oneshotenergy.com and use the code DGPT, and you'll receive 25% off your entire order. Anakin has just basically set up camp in short circle 2 today. Can she convert? Not this time.
She is being aggressive with that putter. And now she has a lengthy comeback putt to save par.
Nice work for Anakin. One of the hottest rounds out on the course at 5 under. Silva Sarnen, the only player to be shooting better today.
It's a great spot to be.
Clean tee shot for Scoggins, setting her up nicely.
Missy goes with a much sharper angle. She keeps it nice and clean.
Kristen off the mark on the 13th. The struggles continue.
Got a good day coming, and it's all I need. Everything I wanted is in front of me. It's a good.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Natalie Ryan, for her second par, she makes it. That's a huge putt for par. And she had to wait so long. Did she get it on the right height, the right line, and it drops. So before we went to break, you mentioned Kristen struggling. And today with Kristen's struggles, they've only resulted in the par. Been able to scramble and save herself, even though her shots aren't on the perfect line.
Yeah, as I was thinking about it all being relative, I think of her struggles just coming in these last 4 or 5 holes. She was off to a really good start earlier and then has just been, yeah, slightly off. She still maintains a one-stroke lead, though, over Holland Hanley. In the middle of the fairway, Scoggins keeps it in the fairway. Evelina with the birdie look on 15.
Evelina has missed a handful of opportunities from about that distance today.
Evelina sitting at 11 under. That's just 2 back of our leader. Well, now she's going to fall 1 more behind. Frustration setting in for Evelina. A double tree hit for Kristen as her forehand approach was off the mark.
In my head, I'm thinking, maybe that was off. I mean, there were so many different tunnels that she could have taken. It was just a wall of trees in front of her. But missing the mark and connecting with the tree is never the line you want. And Kristen's really been fighting off the fairway on this hole. And it was interesting hearing in the press conference of how players liked this course and how they perceived it compared to the rest of the courses on tour. And they described it as the most technical course that they play all year long, but they say how fair it is and how fair and open these fairways really are, even though they're very tightly wooded and technical.
This hole being so friendly to me right now.
That was a beautiful throw from Holland.
I was a little more stretched out there.
Gannon goes deep of the pin on her 3rd throw, so comeback look for birdie.
That was basket hunting.
Well, and the fact that Owen is going to play hole number 13 without hitting a tree at any point, that alone deserves some kind of an award.
You're speaking too soon. No, she should have a clean putt. Yeah, very impressive.
Kristen now trying to get up and down just to save par.
Still a chance to remain bogey free. The long putt.
Appears to be tree free for Evelina as we see the big smile. Kristen's still out in front by a single stroke over Holland Hanley. Long look for birdie. She thought she had it, just not enough. Kristen about 10 feet closer than what we just saw from Holland. However, Kristen will need this to save par. Clean scorecard in jeopardy here. She gets it. Kristen saves the par on the 13th. Gannon with the opportunity to pull within one of the lead. Not able to do so. Scoggins converts. Owen will move to 11 under, 2 back of Kristen. So Scoggins will pick up 1 on the rest of the card as we head over to 16 with Salonen.
After the Spike Heiser tee shot, the standstill turnover up and over the hill. Perfect. So hole 17, they're trying to land it on the island green. It is just tough to judge the distance when there's nothing around the basket to figure out how far you actually have to throw, and that is just perfect.
And with that, let's take a look at Val's keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, you have to be aware of where you need to land and how far you need to throw for your next shot to be able to attack. And when you head down the stretch, you need to clutch up. If you land in a good position, take advantage of it. If you land in a good spot with a birdie putt, take advantage. It could be a stroke that makes all the difference down the stretch. And I feel like once you get out in the open and the reality of the situation starts to weigh a little heavy on the players, nerves can certainly ramp up. We'll see what player can take advantage of those nerves.
And big thanks to our friends over at FlightFactoryDisc.com for all of their support here this year. As we're looking at the drone overview, and right now you can get 15% off everything on their site all weekend long to celebrate the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. No code required at checkout. Just get on over there and get you 15% off everything on the site. FlightFactoryDisc.com.
Get yourself something you can throw this dead straight tunnel shot. Oh, we see Owen going with a fairway driver. She can just manipulate that flight even in the tightest of fairways. Some other players might go for a slower speed disc. It's 320 feet. And if you do go with a slower speed disc, you need to make sure you have the height underneath. Wasn't off by much, but Missy's going to be deep on that left side.
Knowing you're going to get some ground play, knowing that it should skip, I like the idea of being lower than higher here, because if you do connect with a tree, it can carry you that much more offline. But a pretty good redirect there for Kristen. Will be short and on the right side.
Yeah, a really good redirect. From where that was initially going, that was halfway down the fairway, and now she's putting for birdie.
Silva Saarinen has a birdie look to close out her round on the 18th.
Will be a drop in par for there. 7 under, bringing her total to 9 under. So she came into today's round with just 2 strokes. What a way to recover, climbing yourself up 7 positions.
And really setting a bar so we know what can be done on this course. We talked about Owen having one of the hot rounds last year. Silva coming out here in round number 1. This is her first time playing here competitively. So seeing that Silva Saarinen shoots a 7 under with 9 birdies on the card and even had that look on the 18th, certainly tells you what is possible on this course. But solid round for Silva. Congrats to her. Hanley will have the chance to save par. Evelina in for birdie on the 16th. Top 5 competitors coming into today. Some shifting, but yet all 5 still there holding down those spots. As we head to the 17th.
First goal, get it through this gap.
Second goal, have it pushed as far as Evelina's does. That's incredible. I don't know if we're going to see a better tee shot than that on the 17th.
feel okay on her.
Scoggins gets confirmation that her footing is good. She's outstretched to the right, has the wide straddle for birdie, but doesn't release it wide enough. That's the second time we've seen Owen connect with a tree that you really didn't necessarily expect her to find. Obviously difficult to generate the power, but she had plenty of window off to the right. You shocked by that, Val?
I mean, I'm shocked to see Owen not putting as well as she usually does, but her putting style, she likes to see the center of the basket, and that hyzer flight can be difficult for her. And so you saw her kind of just get into that comfortable zone of releasing that flat release where she needed more of that swooping hyzer to really get around the trees.
What a scramble for Hanley. It might just be a par, but it's also going to be a confidence booster that after the offline tee shot, she's able to get up and down and still walk away with par.
Wow, and Kristen has just a completely clean look.
She hasn't birdied since hole 7. Let's pick up a stroke on the entire card. She gets it. Kristen birdies on the 14th. She'll move to 14 under, 2 clear of Hanley. Owen and Missy also clean up for par. Kristen will take a 2-stroke lead to the 15th.
Tone technology by Clash Discs. After the incredible drive by Evelina on the 17th, this is her second. And deep, it's going to push to the OB line. It looks to me, yes, it is officially cleared, and that's going to be out of bounds for Salonen by less than 6 inches. Just too much power on this second shot. Carrying out into circle 2 and just beyond the OB line. So Salonen will have a comeback look for par
from the middle of circle 2. As we take a look at the 15th, our one-shot hole. And of course, as I said earlier, use code DGPT for 25% off over at oneshotenergy.com. I'd like to ring this up in one shot, Val.
That would be nice. And first, you got to make the decision of which fairway you're going to go down. You have a left route and a right route. We saw Evelina go with that big turnover shot. You have to hit the line and trust your disc that it's going to continue the flight that you choose. It's a pretty wide open green. A lot of space to land and still give yourself an open look at a birdie.
Looks like a clean shot coming in for Kristen. And pin high, trying to go back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15.
And you have to use every bit of the fairway on that left side. Really push that right or the left side tree line. Wow.
Park job for Hanley.
I was worried that might be too low, but she had such a direct path on that release that there was never a doubt that it was going to hit the fairway. It was just the amount of power. I was questioning for a minute until it was parked. Wow. And yeah, I guess you can go that route too.
Another small gap and another small
Solid in. Oh, to save the par. The stepper from circle 2. And this is a Barbasol close shave replay.
And I think back on a handful of putts she missed in today's round, but she had a few putts that she'll be thinking about with good memories. Huge save from Evelina.
Sten has a birdie look on the 18th to close out. Should finish then with a 4 under for today, as we see Scoggins throw her approach. Hanley's parked and will be likely heading to 13 under. Kristen has this look to maintain a 2-stroke lead and move to 15. Back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15.
Her putt is looking so solid. And it's definitely been the turning point in her round, where maybe not looking so confident in drives or up shots and hitting the line, she's able to recover with the putt.
On top? Yeah, you can put it on top. Whatever Good job, good putt.
Scoggins in for the par, and she'll lose one to her 3 card mates. Here's Henna throwing her 3rd. And short range look for birdie. And we're going to take a look at hole number 16 here, Val. Excuse me, hole number 18, actually.
Yeah, 17 and 18, they are some of the most open holes on the course, but both start out with a very challenging tee shot. You have to hit the gap. That's the first goal. To see players get the distance here, it is more wide open the shorter you land, and it starts to narrow in the farther you make it toward that corner. It's best to see on that course map of what they're really trying to aim. We have an OB line on that right-hand side, and then the obstacle of that tree line lining the left. So you have to be very accurate with where you're going to land your shot, how aggressive you want to be, and where you want to take that second shot. Again, more wide open the shorter you land. The 3rd shot, like we saw from Henna, carries out, and it really opens up around the basket as it bubbles out. But now we're in the open, so you want to make sure you're landing those shots inside the circle so you don't have to judge exactly what the wind is going to do to your putt. But speaking of wind, thankfully, Henna confidently releases that one.
Closing out with 3 birdies in the last 4 holes for Henna. She shoots a 5 under. Anakin shoots a 4 under. And after back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15, we have Kristen, tee of 16.
This fairway does move from right to left. Very narrow gap to hit. That's a good looking tee shot.
Solid in second on the 18th. Safe, but not ideal.
Fights her way back to the fairway, trying to keep the clean scorecard going.
Kristen's pitch out now gets her back into the position where she wishes her drive would have landed. That zone where Missy and Owen landed. Let's see how much distance Holland can get. She actually punched through that left side pretty far. An open window, nails it. Just 410 feet, even though we have yet to see many glimpses of the basket.
Kristen's third. And that'll dry up somewhat short, but she'll have the chance to save the par.
Huge moment here for Missy. Not the most ideal. She would have liked that to fly a bit straighter, but she'll have a chance from outside the circle for the birdie.
Salonen with her third on the 18th. Just outside of bullseye, so trying to close out with a birdie. Evelina Salonen would get to 6 under for today's round. And that just may even secure a spot on the lead card for tomorrow, seeing how things shake out over the next few holes. So Evelina Salonen certainly in contention here. Owen will be just short of 30 feet to save her par.
Clearly frustrated with that second shot after a near perfect drive. Holland could have been much closer. And now she's going to have some work to do. Just a little fluffy on that approach.
And Evelina will tie for third as of this moment with that putt. The attempt from Kristen doesn't fall in for her, so she's going to be putting a bogey on the scorecard.
Oh, and so not only is Missy not inside the circle, she has this large tree between her and the basket, having to resort to this fully extended straddle putt. Good angle on the release, but not enough power. This is Holland looking at a par.
And she gets it to drop, so Hanley will remain at 13 under, and that's still going to pull her one closer to Kristen. Kristen's bogey will bring her back to 14. So just a Brian, can you give us clarification as to what the conversation was a moment ago out there?
Yeah, it's just really simple. Holland made the putt, stepped on a stick, and popped up Owen's disc. Everything's good. Brought it back to the approximate lie, and she marked her shot and made the putt.
Appreciate it, Brian, as we watch Owen put in, and Gannon is in for the par. Kristen leads by one with 2 holes left to play.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Feels like a pixel. The first pixel in premium plastic. Wow. Talking about point and shoot. That actually flies crazy. Thanks all for the support and the Glow Pixel.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
Jonathan. 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 Wow! Amazing! Woo!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Nah, he's fine.
TeamDiscraft.com, your ultimate destination for exclusive player-inspired releases, collaborations, and collections. Discover limited edition discs, apparel, and accessories you won't find anywhere else. TeamDiscraft.com brings you the gear you need for the ultimate fan shopping experience. Don't miss out on these one-of-a-kind items. Shop today and rep your favorite team.
Check out our all-new Nightmare at Nevin apparel. These festive shirts and hoodies are glow-in-the-dark, making them perfect for glow rounds. Available now while supplies last at DGPT Pro Shop. Hanley gets all the way through. Trying to match that shot we saw earlier from Evelina.
Holland was so nervous that she was not going to hit the gap. But she got a huge distance.
Low, but splits the upright, so not a problem for Missy Gannon. Right through the middle for Owen Scoggins.
The farther you throw this tee shot, the more open the fairway gets, and Kristen does not get out the gap. Again, she's our leader after today. She's been scoring well, but she has had so many errors just like this. It's going to be just frustrated looking back on so many shots and strokes that she's handed to the competitors.
Brian, what would you say is best case scenario for Kristen at this point with her second shot?
Just got to put it down on the playing surface. It kind of funnels out, so the more distance you bite off getting to the fairway, the better. But this is an awful spot to be. You're looking at a bogey at best, and she just goes super conservative pitch out. She should be able to get up and down in 2 shots. So one in the fairway, one to the green, one in the basket, so I guess 3.
Wow, so punishing as she doesn't make this initial gap and then not able to really progress that far. I was thinking maybe in best case scenario, would she be able to get to where some of the other drives had landed, and you can see she's still well back of that.
Yeah, and the fact that she's not to the green grass area, there's no chance that she's going for the island green.
was going to say, is there any chance that she goes too deep? But it doesn't appear to be the case there. And hoping to get up and down from that spot. Huge mistake for Kristen, who has been bogey-free all the way until the previous hole. All the way up until hole 16, she had been bogey-free. She had some struggles, but always found a way to somehow scramble herself back into at least a par. That was until 16, and now both 16 and 17 struggling to close this out.
And to see that she's 6 under for the round, and we're talking about her struggling, that's how close to perfection that she is. She's been shooting really well on this course, but also making these errors that come out of nowhere. You know, what could the round have been? I think easily double digits. So Owen lays up to the edge of the first inbounds area. She'll have to throw over the OB into the island green from there. This hole measures up to be 700 feet in total. So you have about 400 feet of space from the tee to the edge of this first OB area.
Missy opting to go for the conservative play. She's not trying to go for the green in 2. Brian, describe the wind and just how helpful it may or may not be here on these second shots.
It's going to be a tail cross to the left. So if you're not careful with that hyzer, it's going to get away from you and go out of bounds. I'd say about 10, 15 miles an hour right now. Holland's got a decision to make here. I feel like the forehand is better in this wind, at least kind of holding it straight and preventing the fade from getting away from you. Looks like she's looking at the backhand hyzer. It's got to come in with the right speed. That grass down there is real thin. It's definitely skippy. Maybe about 250 downhill. That's a bullet. It's got to check up nicely. And that sneaks out the back right up against the ad walls. That's the fear on this shot.
I appreciate it, Brian, and we heard her say that she threw that pretty soft, and we saw that it landed past the basket, got a skip, and then a second skip. It actually hits off the stake, which I think is inconsequential. I believe it was going to go out of bounds and probably stay out of bounds regardless if it hit that stake or not. But well, I certainly love the idea that Brian was just talking about with the forehand, which is what we're going to see from Kristen. I feel like just being able to fight against the wind to have it die and not get a big skip is something that Kristen's going to be playing for here as well. So just when we thought Holland had a huge opportunity, and she still has the putt to save the par, so don't get me wrong, she has a chance to still pick up a stroke, but it looked like everything was in her favor. She has the big drive. She's watching Kristen struggle, and then she goes and throws it out of bounds during her second shot. So not necessarily, charging through that window of opportunity. Very low line coming from Gannon.
And the fact that this approach heads downhill, I think that really comes into play on that skip and how the disc kind of speeds up with the spin and can send them skipping out of bounds. You can tell Missy was really focused in on throwing it nice and low that it really can dig into the ground.
Perfect approach by Scoggins. Owen will likely need to birdie the final hole to be on the lead card heading into tomorrow, barring anything else crazy happening here. As we take a look, some of our storylines, Kristen at one point held a 3-shot lead but has struggled over the last few holes. Nevin Nightmare, only Owen Scoggins has a clean scorecard. All 19 other competitors have bogeys out here. And the Power 5, as we call them, Kristen, Holland, Evelina, Missy, and Owen Scoggins out in front. That's where they started. Of course, having the biggest stroke advantages as well, but they've been maintaining throughout this entire round. Silva Sarnen making one of the biggest charges, as you called earlier, Val, up 7 positions into a tie for 6th. So this pretty much from the same spot we saw Evelina convert from, which is the middle of circle 2.
Holland needs this to get a stroke on Kristen.
Good line, just low. And she knew it right out of her hand as she was calling for it to get up. Missy's putter not on the mark today. Kristen for bogey.
Another strong putt for Kristen. Own the only par on our featured card. Pretty shocking.
And that means that Owen will tie up with Missy Gannon at 11 under. Welcome in, everyone. And just a moment ago, I was thinking about our lead card implications, but to see Missy not convert, and if Owen comes in with a better round today, Owen, in fact, will be on the lead card, kicking Missy off, and that means we're going to see Evelina take over that position on the lead card where Missy was. So everything continues to shake up as we're trying to close out the Tour Championship, Val.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for players to focus in on seeing the lead card, being on the lead card and knowing what your closest competitors are doing. And, you know, there's only going to be 3 more rounds left of this tournament, a huge paycheck on the line. You want to know what you need to do, when you need to step up, when it's going to be that time where you really need to clutch up and maybe get a few strokes on your competitors. That can make all the difference. We always talk about the final few holes of a tournament, but you have to think that every stroke leading up to that point, it's going to make a difference.
Well, and I think about how tomorrow's going to feel like a normal round, so to speak, or a normal tournament because of those starting strokes that people were given today. All of that is basically played out through round 1, and now tomorrow's going to feel just like any other round number 2. And speaking of which, Evelina Salonen caught up with us. She's in the clubhouse. Let's hear what she had to say.
All right, Evelina. You're almost home. You're almost back to Finland. You got 1 round done. You got 3 more to go. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I felt like I was playing well and staying out of that trouble. Still missed a couple of stupid putts, but I'm happy.
As someone who likes to throw hard shots through the woods, how difficult is Nevin?
Yeah, it's so difficult. If you are hitting your lines, here is so many birdie holes, but like just a little kick and you're 1 meter off the fairway. The scramble game is like super hard, and yeah, it's easy to take big numbers here.
Do you think 6 under par, you think you could repeat that? Will that be enough to chase down the leaders?
I think they are still playing, but I saw the scores and they are all playing well, so I think I have to play a little bit better if I want to catch them.
All right, thanks, Evelina. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, see you.
See the wind pushing to the left. So players are going to be fighting to stay away from that tree line on every shot. A very low release from Holland. But she gets out of the trees, gets out of the gap. There, that wind is pushing. Missy heads to the left. And it's some thick woods over there. So unless you're right on the edge of the trees, then you might have an opportunity to gain distance. Otherwise, it could just be a pitch out, similar to having an OB stroke.
Well, last call, as they say. Season pass sales end November 15th, so make sure you head on out, dgpt.com/tickets. We've got the gold, silver, and bronze passes, so get all locked in for the 2025 season. This is going to be the lowest price you're going to find them at, Val, so you should probably pick up a season pass, get all ready to go, maybe as a stocking stuffer for someone, you know, as holidays right around the corner.
I like that. For the biggest disc golf fan in your life, send them out to some of these tournaments.
Speaking of seasons, I feel like it's glow season. And can I assume that when you're out there playing Nevin, you're wearing a glow-in-the-dark sweatshirt there, Brian? Is that what you got going on? Will we see you out there tonight in one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we have a bunch of players taking their time, you might see the glow T-shirt come on out. We'll see. Pretty sweet stuff, Terry.
And before we cut you loose, we know you got a ton of obligations, and we appreciate you hustling around. Any kind of parting shots or thoughts that you have as we're closing out round one on the FPO side today, Brian?
I think right now, at least looking at this card, Kristen looks exceptionally comfortable. I think she's had a couple of misfires, but out here at this course, I think it's expected. And Holland came up to me a couple times throughout the day and was saying how good she feels like her sidearm feels, and clearly has the confidence, so both of them shooting pretty well. Should be a good weekend.
Appreciate it. We're looking forward to the remaining 3 rounds and the big paycheck to be handed out, $35,000 to our winner this weekend, in part thanks to our friends over at Barbasol.
That was a great second shot from Holland. Just completely biting off the corner, going the direct route. Now it's a pretty routine upshot from where she's landed. It's a good sign that we can at least see Missy, showing that there is at least a window.
Just thinking it might not be wide enough to drive a train through, but we'll see if she can make a recovery shot to put her in good position.
That was well executed. Right in the middle of the fairway. Well, Terry, I'd say we need to sharpen our Estonian for next year so we know what exactly they're saying. These conversations after throws.
Far more interesting if we could translate. As and we're going to be over there next year as well, and probably for a few big events in the upcoming years, as I know the team is putting in bids to host upcoming majors, and super excited to continue to travel over the pond to Finland and Norway and Estonia.
Wow, I thought Missy was headed for the trees again. She's really shown the underside of her disc to the wind, and that wind pushing off to the left is really carrying her discs. Of course, Missy came in as our points leader. The 10-stroke advantage. Currently just shooting 1 under for today's round. So not the kind of opening round that Missy expected out of herself.
Hanley goes with a standstill and gets the green flag.
Really dumb cut out of OB.
I didn't want you to like, stop it.
Yeah, I don't want to stop it either, so I was like, I meant to go a little wider even. I have trauma from that drain from last year, because I like, just injured.
I remember that. Because you thought you'd do a fantastic drive.
We'll see if Missy can get the height underneath this disc appropriate to what the wind is doing. I feel like the last two driver shots, the angle has just not been on point. This is really a crucial moment to get inside the circle.
I don't know if there's too much that we can necessarily take from this one round, and Missy has had, probably by her own account, somewhat of a disappointing day, but the players also know how grueling this course is. You cannot get too excited or too deflated depending on how just one round goes. It's the totality of the entire weekend, and knowing that, you may have just been off by a few inches in one scenario or another, and that cost you a couple of strokes. And yes, of course, I think Missy will be a little bit frustrated, but I don't know that she's going to necessarily be tossing and turning tonight and thinking about, woulda, coulda, shoulda. This is a very demanding track.
It is, and you could be off just by a little bit and not able to capitalize. But I'm looking at Missy's score, and without those 10 strokes, she would barely be in the top 10. So there's a lot of players who have shot some hot scores. And so that's really making up moves. And so maybe that 10-stroke deficit they were facing, they've already made it up on Missy.
Short range look remains for Scoggins, and tip of the hat immediately goes out to Owen for that bogey-free performance that she's looking at out here today. So impressive. No other woman able to do that. We saw Kristen was clean through 15 holes, but then ran into trouble on 16 and 17. Scoggins, 4 birdies and 0 bogeys today. Val, I think it's obvious that some days I have a hard enough time trying to speak and understand English, let alone trying to pick up a second language from our friends over there in Estonia. Plus, when you have the likes of Silver and Kristen and the English that they speak with us, we've become quite spoiled, as they're such great ambassadors. Another standstill approach coming from Hanley.
Just outside the bullseye.
I wasn't worried about that. I was just like, I want to put it close because I don't really want to play it swing. No.
And as we take a look at our top competitors to see how their rounds have gone, most of the birdie scoring that's taken place has happened, we'll say, in the first 8 or 9 holes, even hole 10, which is crazy to see that hole 10 is the shortest hole that they'll play, and I feel like even the easiest hole, just 242 feet. Most of those scores, though, taking place in the front 9 or 10 holes.
And then as they finish, you see some strokes being handed back and forth, birdies and bogeys. That's going to be the story. And there's $30,000 on the line.
So Missy closes out with a par. As you said, that's 1 under for today and 11 under as a total. Scoggins, who's gone to a straddle putt even on her shortest of putts, which is something I noticed earlier in the round. There's got to be a story. Maybe we'll have to check in with Brian or Perks on that come round number 2. Here's Kristen. In for birdie. High left side. She had to wait for it to fall, but eventually it does. Hanley's in. She'll walk away with a par. She'll also be 2 back of our leader in Kristen. Val, we're done with 1 round. What's your initial takeaway here?
This course is hard. Well, you know, we saw Kristen get the birdies in the first 7 holes, and then she started to miss some shots, leave some strokes out there. I think it still sets up really well for Kristen. Brian mentioned she looks very comfortable, but I did see some errors that I wouldn't expect to see. I see that if you're hitting your line, the potential is out there. But if you're off just a bit, that's when the strokes add up. So we'll see how the pressure is in the next coming rounds and how people can maintain the fairways.
All right. Well, Kristen is out in front. We're going to be able to hear from her on the other side of the break. We'll see you then. Another birdie would seal the win here. Yeah! For $35,000. Congratulations, Ricky Wysocki, your Pro Tour champion 2022.
I am Nico Santila, and this is the Discmania Tour bag.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket, and each of them have a consistent grip. So as you cycle through the series, you won't have to change the way that you hold the disc. These are torque-resistant discs that are more stable than the PA Series, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Your morning shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol. The American original Barbasol delivers a great shave for half the price of gels. Better yet, Barbasol has a formula for everyone. Why pay more for a great shave?
Barbasol.
Welcome to Tournament Central, as we see Kristen Tatar with one of the hot rounds at 6 under today, matching the effort from Evelina Salonen. Only score better on the course was Silva Saarinen, who's moved up. Now let's take a look at Kristen's highlights and what she was doing, including the start here today. Getting the closest to the pin, a near bullseye hit.
Surprisingly, Kristen hit the fairway 64% of the time. She had to scramble 7 times on the course. But when her putter was put to the test, I feel like that's where she really shined. Really making some clutch putts, even with some dangerous slopes behind the basket.
Saw putts on 5, 6, and 7, all for birdies. But then on holes 8 through 13, some struggles popped up. Wasn't clean off the tee here on 17. That would cost her the bogey-free scorecard because she'd go on to bogey on the 17th. And so a very eventful closeout to her round. She birdies 14 and 15, bogeys 16 and 17, but birdies the final hole and will take a 2-stroke lead into tomorrow's round. 100% C1X putting, as you were saying, Val, very effective on the ground. And she's in the clubhouse with Brian Earhart. Let's hear what she had to say.
Joining me now, Kristen Tatar. Kristen, you took the lead after round 1, 6 down out there at Nevin. Talk about the day.
I feel like the day was pretty good. I had a very good putting day. I did feel a little bit insecure on some of the tee shots, and those cost me some strokes. But overall, I think I played pretty clean, and looking at the scores, I'm happy.
Is the insecurity that you're saying, is that from a disc selection standpoint or a shot selection?
No, it's just like a trust issue. I don't know. I'm trying to make something great happen, and then I'm scared if I make a mistake. But as soon as you're scared, you're gonna make a mistake. So you just have to trust your skill set and what you've learned so far. You can't do anything else, so I'm trying to do that tomorrow.
6 down, pretty solid round today. Obviously got you the strokes to be in first place. Do you feel like 6 down every round is going to be good enough?
It might be. It might be because it's easy to make mistakes out here. Like the 2 of the last holes I think they're pretty crazy. The tee shot on 17, I just totally missed it, and I'm happy to get off with a 5 on that hole, but it could have easily been worse. And the last hole is tough as well. Anything can happen out here, so if you can shoot 6 down, I think it's pretty good.
Kristen, thank you so much for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Let's take a look at our Innova hot rounds today. Silva Saarinen, as we said, 7 under. Kristen with a 6, Evelina with a 6, Hannah with a 5. Noticing the top 4 rounds today, all coming from competitors that reside overseas. So figuring something out. A lot of players talking about the idea of wanting to go home, wanting the season to be done and coming to a close. It's been a very long season. I know some of them are already thinking ahead to what it's like to close it out, but very strong opening round here today.
Yeah, we've got such great representation from a handful of countries. Silva Sarnen playing her first tour championship with the hottest round to start off the tournament. She's not ready to go home just yet.
No, not yet. She's collected some wins earlier in the year. She'd love to close out in 2024 with that. Let's take a look at our Edge check-in, our educational disc golf experience. Take it away.
Hey, I'm the physical educator and health teacher here at Glow Academy. We just want to say thank you for those of you that are able to make this possible. Having a disc golf course and having the opportunity for students to play will be great for them in the long term.
The disc golf course at Glow Academy is still in its early stages. We have the course completely mapped out and ready to go. We're just still eager looking for different local sponsors, as well as some of our grants, such as the PDGA Diversity Grant, to come through. We wanted to say thank you so much to the Disc Golf Pro Tours Community Connect Edge Grant. We appreciate all that you're doing for our school and campus.
Again, big thanks, yes, to our Community Connect. Getting some work done out there and seeing new courses develop. Val, shot of the day time, OTB shot of the day. Give me a nomination. What do you got?
The only things that are sticking out in my mind are some of those huge putts from Kristen. I'm thinking she hit something around 50 or 60 feet for a birdie. I think it was hole 7, but she hit a lot of clutch putts. What do you think?
I like the drive on one. It may not be, it may have gotten overplayed right off the bat, but closest to the pin, tap in birdie to get started, to then go on and have one of the best rounds. I don't know. Let's take a look. This is our OTB shot of the day.
Give it to me.
You got it. You nailed it.
Well, I can't take credit for that, but
you would have made it too.
give me 100 chances, maybe.
Kristen Tatar with excitement. That was her third birdie in a row, collecting them on 5, 6, and 7. That was to go 5 under through the first 7. And she also collects our OTB Only the Best shot of the day. Congratulations. And the coverage will roll on this afternoon. We welcome you back at 2:30 Eastern. Want to thank our friends Nate Perkins and Brian Earhart out on the course, along with Valerie Jenkins. I'm Terry Miller, and we'll see you this afternoon right here on the Disc Golf Network.